Here we are. All right, welcome everybody. Today we're going to work on more features for the game. I have a ton of things to work on, but we're going to work on something simple. We're going to make planes. Planes. So we're going to follow a simple seating model. We're going to start at seat 1. This one kind of starts at seat 2, but I don't consider the captain's seat a seat. Maybe that's a mistake. No, this one does it like this. Yeah. I gotta find some small planes too, but the idea is I need to fit all this info in, which is easy. I can do it. Okay, let's go in here. Just gonna make sure everything is set up. We're looking good. Okay, let's get started. Welcome. What I'll start off with is I want to name the planes. So there's going to be like the brand. We'll go from there. So let's see. I'll just add a new one here. And we'll just kind of give it some of the vanilla stuff like that. Okay, we don't need this or this or this or this. And then we'll change that to plane underscore T. Plane underscore. So now we'll give a plane a name. And then we could probably add a type field. I think that'd be fine. Boeing 1234, or was it Boeing 357? What is the Boeing stuff? We got Airbuses. Yeah, we got Boeing. So we could be like Boeing 757, 747, 727, 707, 773, 767. Anything before the 90s will do. Okay, so let's see. Good enough. Next step. So that would be, this is going to be a constant. Or sorry, an enum. And then we have... So I think it'd be worthwhile. So this doesn't have any markers, but there are emergency exit seats. So we're gonna do Boolean emerge B. Oh wait, no, that's for the seats. So we're gonna have another type, which will be seats. Seat. And then like I could just do something like char star seat. And this would be trying to remember how we did this. We'll leave it like that and just take a look. So we've got gate seat 37E. Yes, that's how you do it. Row and then, so this would be like 37E. 1A, 2B, 25D, 26F, 26, and 27E. Maybe like stuff like that. We'll put that up here so that when I hover over seat, it'll give me an idea. All right, so that's good. So then when we make these, we're going to want to say how many rows are first class, right? How many seats per side. So that'd be easy to do. So a seat can be first class. So we're going to change to Boolean here, be first class. And maybe we change that to class ID. First class business. Wait, what is it? They have like business and then main cabin. So we'll just do like business main cabin. All right. And then the seats can be emergency exit as well. An emergency exit, you can't put handicap people in. So for example, these two rows here would be no-goes. And then, you know, the bathroom, I could have an idea of what the bathroom is. And technically the bathroom's a seat, but you can't sit in it. I could do Boolean bathroom. There we go. All right. And then let's see. So we've got first class, business, main cabin. Great. So the amount of seats, let's just have a look here at this one. This one has a lot of rows. Let me go look up look it up. How many seats on Boeing 737? $180, 175. So I'm looking at it, and 180 is a good upper limit for now. $180. Yeah, so 180 is a good upper limit. So we'll do a little define. Define max seats 180, and we'll increase that if we need to later. We're just not, it's not needed right now. So now we have the seats, and that allows us to then point or give a seat ID to a ticket, which we would then have the seat. But when we're looking at tickets, we're going to want to have the seat actually be a value. So we're not going to do it differently. That 5-minute ad was crazy. Hello, Stamy. I don't even know what that ad was. What was it about? I mean, I don't like looking at the ads on Twitch because they're like about Domino, like pizza, and then everything else is just like cringe. So I avoid it, but I get it. I think I do have ads on. All right, so we've got a plane, we got some seats, we've got seat names, first class, everything. Oh man, so that game, wow. It's the downfall of what that game is going to bomb. It's going to do so bad. People just want games. They don't want the extra stuff that keeps getting injected into them. All right, so function returns a function. That's not right. Why are we having all these errors? I didn't have these yesterday. That's probably because I didn't finish my structs. Maybe it's because I did this. I'm working on a new game. It's a game where you play a flight Oh, max seats. I defined max seats, but it needs to be something else. Max plane seats. There we go. That was what broke it. A game that's kind of a mix of a few games, but you're going to rebook flights for people who missed their flight. So it's 6 a.m. They missed it. So you kind of figure out Tampa to EY, like that. And then give them first class or standard. I guess I'll have to add another class. And then, boom, they got their rebook ticket. You give it back to them. Boom, next guy. It's kind of the process. So right now I've wanting to add some more stuff to the tickets. For example, seat, I want it to actually come from the plane. And then the way the game's going to work is I'm going to generate flights, planes, everything for every day. And it'll simulate kind of like an airport in the background. And then, for example, if one of these flights gets canceled, then the people that are on the flight are going to need to be rebooked. When this time hits 9 a.m., you'll lose this option here automatically. The two 9 a.m. options will go away. They're gone now. Actually, you need 15 minutes because boarding ends 15 minutes before departure. So there are some things like that that'll be going on, and you basically just have to do your best with what you have and upgrade people to first class and all that. So it's going to be nice. I have a lot of work to do, and I'm fine with doing the work, but it does take, it is work, right? So today's main task is to add planes, which I can get done very quickly. Matter of fact, I'm probably a decent way along already. And since I have code generators, it makes creating the data structures for the plane and the seat very, very simple. I'm also writing it in C, so I have to write my own code generators. Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I did this as part of the Ludum Dare, and I got pretty decent reviews from people. You know, basically all of them are positive. And yes, this guy really liked it. Yeah, so he had bugs when he was playing it because he took too long. Yes, I mean, I'm going to add this. Yep. Everybody's having, and I have subscribed to you. That's great. Oh, Hugh Hang. Aha. Aha. That guy left me a comment the other day, and I was like, what is, why is he, what he's getting on about? Oh, no, that's somebody else. Oh, his name's Gundam. Why does he have the same icon as... Okay, that's a bug. But anyways, I thought I guess not. Anyways, so I'm getting good reviews and stuff. And so Ludum Dare is a 48-hour game dev competition. I mean, I think I'm getting good reviews. I'm getting a lot of people rating the game, and they like it, and that's always nice. It gives me a little bit of like that extra oomph I needed to finish a project. So I want to finish this one now, and so that is the goal. Bring it to market. One of the guys gave me a really good review, and he said that like he gives people a really make a video game out of it, but then give them power because they're like a low-level guy. Give them some power that they normally wouldn't have in that job, and then just let it run as a simulation. And so I was like, yeah, that's exactly the feedback I needed. So let's get these planes in here. I generated some code. So I have a code generator. It's written in C#, and it just generates my C code. So then I can easily and rapidly generate things. Okay, what do we got here? Vector 2 arrays. Okay, I need to define that one somewhere else. Outside of the generator, because I'm using it a little more directly. So generator, generated. Okay, we're going to throw you up here. Okay, great. I'll do my copy and paste. So it saves me a ton of work, because now I can generate new things. I don't have to manually type out all the functions, because I wrote all my stuff to use a memory arena, and I probably am not everybody understands all this stuff, and I needed to write my own functions to do stuff. But I probably explained that to you like 5 times already. So I'm gonna move on. Come on, where's the end of this? This file's getting big. I need to have it be automated to where it automatically puts the code in the right spot, because this is now becoming a task. Okay, we build. Okay, so I must have done something. Differs in level of indirection. So why are you missing? Why are you gone? Oh yeah, because okay. So let's do one of these. I generated it in a way where it didn't have the arena parts, and so I need to generate it and put it somewhere else. I don't want it to regenerate every time. Yeah, it does. It streamlines a lot for me. Saves me a lot of time. Okay, and so then it's in here. We've got a generated section, so this stuff has to go up here. All right, and then I don't want any of this stuff, so that goes away. And then we want only the slice code, which is here. To here, all right. And then jump into here, go to the top. All right, that should be it. Okay, so then create arena. Oh, okay, so I do need create arena. Fine. We'll take you in with us. Man, it is ablazing. You know what? Let's just take everything, clean up the thing once, and then move on. So, bam, bam. Be active. Yes, that's the things I need to clear out, is this and this. And this. And we only need this now. We don't need the rest of it. And then we don't need next free. Instead we do... Oh, that's the wrong one. We need this one. All right, I've just added 2 new data objects. Perfect, perfect, perfect. I wish I would have learned more code when I had the opportunity. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. Oh Always got to choose how you're going to invest your time. All right, so we're going to do flights. Flights. No, planes. 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 We got to create a set of planes now. I might even create them every day. All right, plane. Planes. And then the planes, we're going to run those through. We'll say there's 100 planes for now. Nice. Nice. When I started getting better, at the games making, I started, or programming rather, I got to the point where I was like, I don't want toy languages, which is oh, I see I have a C in there. All right, let's try that again. The toy languages are what they usually start you with, and they help, that's for sure. Plane, and then we'll do plane. Oh, I called it plant. Need to call it plane. And then here is where I have to change stuff because we're doing a pass. So this will be item plus I. So I gotta modify this. Do I have a project with my snippets? No, I was just using Visual Studio. Maybe I should make a project for it. Or at least find that folder again. 1 second. It's actually not hard to find, so I'll just find it real quick. I'm using code snippets to speed up writing these loops because they're a pain in the butt to write 1,000,000 times, and I'm tired of writing them 1,000,000 times. So, Visual Studio 2022 community, and then in here there's something about snippets. So I'm just going to do code and see if there is a folder with the snippets. Okay, we're going to do a little more narrow. Snippets. All right, great. And then I'm going to just jump into this folder and go up a directory. No. Okay. I want the actual directory. Okay, so community, and then there's, I guess it's VC. C#, snippets, great. Okay, you know what? There's a better way to do this. Snippet manager, Visual C++, boom, we got a directory here. Click that, copy, paste, go. All right, that's that. Now we have our snippets are in here, and I have a snippet that I've made in here. It's called square root, which is not the name that it needs to be. Let's do this. We have four-slice, so I'm gonna do this one, copy and paste. Yes, go ahead. I might actually steal this and make a I'm trying to use GitHub on this, but we'll wait. So we'll call this one forcap, and then we'll edit it. So this one, the only difference is code get item array capacity based for loop. Great. So we have gat, gas, and we'll have gac, which will be for capacity. Great. We've got that. All this down here. And now the difference is instead of doing this, you actually do that plus that. And then you also change max value to capacity. And here you go. It's true. All right, now let's try. I'm going to try the new snippet I wrote. GAC. Bam. Go into here. Planes. Plane. Plane. Ah, I have a parentheses on the right. Needs to go away. Bam. All right, we got it. Let's try that again. Yeah. Being in the game dev industry, you tend to learn some things. And what you learn is there's a lot of cope. Lots of cope in that industry. And the cope is that people think bad games sell and that the same game sells. And it's like, nope. Gotta put items. Dot items. Okay, one more try and we got it. There's been so many errors I've made because I've done this wrong. So having a little tool like this helps a ton. Okay, what's wrong with this? Game state pointer, planes. Is this, it's supposed to be dash. Okay, fine. I definitely like that it updates the thing like right away when you change it. Plane. There we go. All right, never have to do that again. Serial cope artist. Yes, I mean, the thing is that you either make a game that's fun or you make a game about politics. And people are tired of games about politics. And if there's like there are games that are literally for showing to your friends that you have them. It's kind of like having a collection of meme. Fat. It's like having a collection of these things. I'm bringing it over in a second. It's like having this sort of stuff, and you're like, hey, look, I'm edgy. Hey, look, I mean, it's not exactly edgy, but then you start looking like this guy, and you know, it's not something to aspire to. You know, I would actually say that trying to become a nerd nowadays is probably the most pathetic thing you could do. Everybody's trying to be a nerd. It's like, why don't you just try to be like, you know, a man or a woman? So a Funko Pop represents a game like Ghost of Yatoi, right? That's what it represents. And you can show it to somebody and be like, hey, look at me. I'm in your group. Hey, Papas, hello. Tsushima. Yes, good. Keep playing good games, you know? I haven't played that game. I don't even know what it is, but play the good ones. Because the more you play them, the more they get made. The more they get made, the more you have good games. Okay, one instance ID. You know what? I could do a capacity allocator that also does all that stuff. Yes, sometimes you just have to know when to let a series stop, right? So like Gears of War, for example, If you just said the time is it's time to rest that one, it would have helped, but we're going to say the plain can be 50 characters at most. Okay, and then we'll do plain dash seats. You don't have seats? That's sad. All right, so the seat goes up here. There we go. That's the only use you should ever use for collapse when you're coding, by the way, is what I just did. I collapsed it so I could quickly copy it and paste it somewhere else. That's the only reason you should use collapse. If you use it for anything else, you might be a noob. It's a hard pill to swallow. If you can't read code, you're not a programmer. Goat, talk football. Yo, back again. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, so now we want to do seats. So let me see here. We got seat. So we need to add a pointer to seats. I'm going to do a seat array. Shoot. Are the arrays not defined in here? Where am I? I'm defining them down here? No, where am I defining them? I'm defining them here. Okay, so I think there's a way to do this. I'm going to just try. It's called seat t array, like that. And then, oh, no, you don't open it up. That's right. And then seat t array, like that. And then I should be able to do seat t array. Is that how I'm writing it everywhere else? Let me look. It's got an underscore like that. So then this one's t underscore. So then that would be here, seats. Okay, that should work. Hey man, are you done with the previous game? Which one? Just give me a quick little identifier of which one, because there's a couple games I've been working on. I don't know which you're talking about. Seat is not a member of plain S, so it's actually seats with an S. Seats. And then we'll just do 0 for now. And then I would love to have a seat count. No, you just do seats.length. That gives you the count. Yeah. So let's see. Okay, build. Unexpected declaration here. So I'm doing something wrong up here. Woof. All right, let's see what just happened. Got attacked by a Twitch activity, I believe. Oh, nice. Stay me with the bits. Thank you. That's pretty sweet. I can tell you're watching when I get cheered with bits. Thank you again. That's sweet. Thank you. So now I've got the Boeing stuff. Oh yeah, I'm fixing a bug. So email this one. This one should be plain underscore T. Oh, good. We're working. All right. So let's finish that initialization step right here. So now we need to allocate, and I'm going to say the max amount of seats, max plain seats. There we go. And then we want to do size of, am I actually doing it like this? Yeah, I am. Okay. But this is a, I'm not doing it like that, actually. I'm doing seat underscore create arena, and then we pass in the memory arena, and then we pass in max plane seats. Max plane seats. There we go. Okay, so we've got the seats, we've got the names. Let's take a look and see if there's any other variables I'm missing. Name, plane type ID. Yeah, I guess we'll make that enum. I'm gonna modify some of this. I don't know, I'll leave it here. So type def, enum, plane type. Bam, it's a denum. All right, so let's do number of game screens. There we go. So we're just going to do, let me look at my reference material here. We'll do Boeing, let's see, which Boeing do I want to do? Let's just do the, excuse me, 747. So we'll do Boeing 747, and then we'll have a couple more. Like we'll do the 737, we'll do the 57 and 67, and then I could put a comment here, and I wonder if it'll say it. Yes, it does. So then I can do, for the 37, it's 1967. And for the 1969, 757 will be 1982. Just to give myself an idea of how I want to distribute these things. 1990, 82. Okay, good enough? Great. All right, and then you got to end that with the actual definition, which is plane type underscore S, because these are not going anywhere. There we go. Okay, great. So we got an allocation error here. I wonder why. Oh, I went past the arena size. Getting too much memory usage. Okay. So we'll jump back to the game. There is a way to make it better, but it's not that important. My game's like using barely any memory as is. So what we're going to do is we're going to double this amount of memory. Let's see if that's enough. No. Nope. We will double this and see if that's enough. No. I wonder if what is size in bytes? What are we looking at? Seat. Seat is, what is the size of seat? 40 bytes. Do I really need all the data on here? I don't need all of this, but I have it. I guess I have to think about, yeah, no, I'm fine. This was gonna blow up the memory, so let's just let it blow it up real quick. So let me look at the actual memory usage. 42 mega, or was it 47 megabytes? Like, who cares? So let me see if I have the memory size thing, which uses memory arena, and I think it's current location and size. So we'll do, okay, I'm not doing it. That's not good. Okay, so then we want to go back to render game. It's actually, I think, in render. Okay, I don't have it anymore. Well, that's funny. So render game, let's jump to the end of this. How do I jump to the end of this? There has to be a hotkey for it. Jump to end of block, Visual Studio. It is control left brace. Yeah, it didn't work. Oh, control right brace. That didn't work. All right, fine. So Shift Alt left. That gets you to the start of it, right? So if I jump here, Shift Alt left, yeah, that's start. So I want to get to the end. I want to go to end of block. So that's Alt, right? You stupid dingus. Let's go find some jump to end of block. Let's do block, collapse, try, expand. So annoying. Jump to end of block. Control, it says you do control that. That selects it though. So I wonder if it's, if I don't do that, I do. Okay, if you're dragging on something and then you do that. Okay, well, anyways. So I got to the end, that's what I wanted to do. Now we're gonna do if debug. Let's just do true for a moment. And we're gonna draw text 00. So we're gonna call it text format. And we're gonna do memory usage. And we're gonna do D over D. That next will be game state pointer memory arena. We're gonna do size. So it's size. One of these is just an increment. It's this one. So it'd be that. And then game state pointer memory arena size. Okay, now the rest is location stuff. You need a comma there. All right. Draw text, font size, we'll do 20. So we're using this much. So let's just do a quick calculation because that's in bytes. So 264,3576 divided by that, it's, yeah, that doesn't even make sense. Bytes. There's just not a lot of memory being used according to that. All right, who cares? Let's comment that out. Okay, we've got our seats generated. Name, plain type seats, next free. So, screw, let's see. So that's not the, I guess I have to iterate through when I make a plane. And that'll give me the total seats. And then I need another, I would want a shortcut of like something that tells me how many seats taken. And then let's just do another one, seats max. Okay. Do I need that though? At some point I'm going to want the data kind of like in a halfway point so I don't have to get to it. So I just calculate it. The flight has the information about that. We already know what, we're jumping too far, too many loops ahead. We don't need it right now. We'll get to it when we need it. Seats max equals 0. And then here we have seats taken 0. Okay. Planes are good to go. We might want to do another loop here for the seats to just initialize its data. So let's do that. That would be another GAC. So we do this. This will be J. And then we'll do seats. No. This is going to be plane seats. Oh, stupid. Okay, put you back. Go back one. All right, we'll do a little reset and try that again. GAC. J. And then we'll do plane. Plane. Seats. Capacity. Seat. Seat items. J. Okay, good. We're there. All right, so now we have seat, and we're going to need to allocate its name. Seat, which will be a 3. Same thing here. Define seat name text size 3. Well, no, that's we actually would have 4. Seat name is character. I wonder. Yeah, character. And then it's 1, 2. And let me look at some of my source material again, see if we got any that are really long. They go into the hundreds. No, they don't. So that would be 2. So that's 4. Yes. Okay. Because you need one for the... Excuse me, man. I really am getting annoyed about that cough. What did I call this? Text size. And it's not an arena, so that's wrong. Where did I copy that from? Oh, that's right. That was right. That one was right. It's this one here. All right. We now have space for the seats. So now I need to generate a plane, and I need to be able to print out the data from that plane being generated. So we'll just have level 1 generate a plane. Studio Time says, hi. Okay, we're going to copy some of this. What do we got here? No, we don't need to copy any of that. We'll just copy this part here. Generate plane, and then maybe later I'll include the type. Yeah, let's include the type. All right. So that'll be plane underscore T, plane equals plane. Okay, so the seats, I'm going to have the seats be generated in a different method. So we should make that method. And then we could do plain type ID like that. And we'll go one level, generate seats, Boeing 747. Great. And we'll just do an if-else list because who cares? Plain type ID equals plain type ID. That's not what we need. We need there we go, and then we'll do plain type. Let's do that one. Great. Okay, and then we'll do 5, 6, 7. What do I have? I have 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll do an else. 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, yeah, that one's gone. Okay, great. So that'll be my pattern. I'll just make 3, 4, 5, 6. The one that I'm going to pass in by default will just be, we're going to do the 47. So let's go to day 1. There we go. And then we will just do a nice little print out the details. No, generate plain will print out the details. Okay, so now here is what I'm working on. Get here, generate seats. Let's look at a Boeing 747 and just see what we got here. See you, Stamy. Have a good one. Mark D says, what game engine is this out of curiosity? Wow, thank you for the bits, Stamy. You have a good day. Always a joy to have you here. I love it when we have chatters, so... What game engine is this out of curiosity? So here's the thing. It's not using a game engine. I'm writing it in C and Raylib. So Raylib is just a graphics renderer. So there's no answer to your question except none. Internal proprietary one, I guess, whatever I'm making. Good luck. So we want to do Boeing 747 seat map. We're just gonna pick a seat map because I wanna just have a good starting point. Come on, some of these are. Yeah, so Raylib, it's nice. It's definitely not a game engine though. There has to be a way to completely remove inspired pencil. Like an image theft website. Yeah. It's not as straightforward as I wanted it to be. Yeah, this is like a lot bigger than what I wanted to work with. Yeah, this is a 737. So let's try this one first. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Or 4 times 5, you know. Okay. So that means that the first set of seats, I'm just going to do very basic noob math here. So we're going to do until we get to 20. And what we're going to do is get seats, name seats, keep going. We're going to do character current equals A, and then whenever we increment, we'll do a plus, and that'll be the start. So if we're going across 4, then we'll go across 4, and then the row number. So I think we should do row. We'll do row. We'll do it this way. So we're going to do, in this one, it has 37 rows. So we'll go with 37. So we got to do 4 int I equals 0, I less than 37, I plus plus. So we got 37 rows. We're starting off with first class. So seat left equals 2, seat right equals 2. Great. All right. So that first row is going to be first class, and then when we get to 5, we're changing it. So then it says, so if we're greater than 5, do something else. And then if we're we got 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, if we're greater than or equal to 5. And then the next one will be if we're I greater than or equal to 13. And then we have a few exceptions. I guess it would be I equals 19. Okay, we've got, and then yes, 10 would be another exception. And then if I equals 36, only has right seats. Okay, I didn't make that enum yet, so let's make that. Seed types, number of seed types. So we'll do first class main cabin. All right. Great. Okay. And then we want a Boolean in here called Boolean emergency exit false. Okay, great. So that gets you all the parameters you need, and then you just got to run through it. So we're going to do current seat. Current is A. Ah, yeah, okay. That's how you could do it. That's the first seat. There we go. And then that would do the handhold. This one would be able to be fixed like that. No, that's kind of wrong. You know, but I guess I could just say what the starting seat is. So in the one that I say handhold, it's actually B. And then the one where it only has right seats, it starts at D. All right, and then we just do this. For int I equals 0, or j equals 0, j less than seat left plus seat right, j plus plus. We get a seat. Get next free plane seats seat dot seat. So we'll do s print f underscore safe seat. The buffer count is 4. Well, no, let's not do it that way. Text size underscore seat. There you go. Don't have to think about it. I can fix it later if I need to. That. Done. Okay. So now that's going to be current. So we'll do S, and then we'll do D. Then we'll do current, and then we will do J. All right, and then the great part is I could do current plus plus, and that will get us the next one. All right, string requires an argument of char star, but variadic argument has type int. What? Oh, it's a character. So let's do a C for character. There we go. Generate plain must return a value. So we're going to do return plain build. Got it. Now we need to print out the details of the plane. So I'm going to do for int I equals 0, I less than plain seats dot length. And then I guess while you're generating seats for a particular plane type, you could also, calculate the amount of seats, right? So I could do this. Int seat count equals 0. And then down here where I have my fancy method, I can do seat count plus plus. And then when we're done, we do plain, oh, it's not in there. Then we do plain that seat max equals seat count. There we go. All right, now let's do some printing. First, we want to print all the fun stuff. So let's do plain dash. Let's just do type ID to start. Seats max. Great. We got that. We'll make sure it's on a new line. Next, we need to print out all the seats. And I think that it would be better to have the seats contain it's nice to have the text for the seat, but we need a little bit more. So you have the text, but then you'll do seat ID. And then let's do seat letter, seat character, and ID. That might just be a little bit nicer. So then you could do seat. So seat character equals current. What? Char. Seed char. Gotta learn how to spell, buddy. All right, seat. And then you've got seat ID equals J. Great. So that makes it easier for printing. Well, that's not what that does. Whatever. I have it now. So what was I doing here? I wanted to print out the seats and their IDs, but I wanted them to new line. So the easiest way to do, I didn't even need to add this stuff. We're getting rid of this stuff. We don't need it. What would we need it for? We would need it to know if it's a window seat or not. Right? Maybe. We would want to just have window seat be be part of the seat itself. So it would be Boolean B window. All right. Get rid of that trash. Okay, so then window seats are nice and all. When it'll become a feature later. I just don't. I'm not getting into it right now. I want to print out the seats. So we're gonna do row. Okay. So having the character actually does make it easier to do what I'm trying to do. But for now, let's just print out the seats and see what we get. Okay. It's a char pointer. Okay. Telltale sign that there's something wrong. So we'll try this again. Okay. Seat 180, length 181. How did we get to 181? Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Okay, so let's go to the call stack. We'll do it again. I'm pretty sure it's not big enough for that plane. $180. Yeah, okay. Well, what character are we on? E. Oh no, sorry. What this is not right. It should be I. So I is 34. So oh no, that is right. No, it's wrong. I'm doing the character and then the number. And the number's I. But I don't think that's what's causing it to spin over. Yeah, so 180 is not enough. We'll bump it out to 300 and let's just do 400. Just blow it out completely. Okay, so now I need to double my arena size. I'm just loving it. I'm gonna have super big memory. Let's just triple, quadruple that. All right, good. We've got it. So, you know what? Let's do a little bit of research. Delta ticket image. So they do the row and then, yeah, so it's the row first. Okay, so that, because that makes more sense. Okay, that was a bell. What is the bell? Should it be making that noise? If well, I guess we'll live with it, right? Act like nothing happened. Yeah, so here's the problem. Yeah, okay, good. So there is a problem. Let's see what it is. We didn't swap these two guys. All right, let me look. Yes, okay, good. So now I actually can debug this. Seat 0. The rows, so we actually need it to be +1. Why make it hard on myself? What am I using this index for? Nothing. So I actually could start it at 1 and end it at 8. And then everything would just look nice. 1, 8, and then this would be 37. Yeah. So then it would be, exact. A lot easier to reason about. What am I doing? Am I doing it wrong? So I go to 38, and now it's row 37 that has it. And then row 10 is the one that only has 1 on the right. Only left stack. Oh, yeah, because I'm doing the equals on these. Okay. So 10 is that one. 37. 19 is good. 20. Oh, yeah, so I had this wrong earlier. 20 is good. All right. And then here where it says greater than 13. So we're going to say, yeah, it's actually 13. No, it's 14. So let's do greater than or equal to 14. This one will be greater than or equal to 10. Oh, wow. 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 Okay. They skip rows. So we're going to have to skip rows then. If I is greater than 5 and I is less than 10, continue. Because they skipped from 5 to 10. That might be why we were overflowing on seats. That probably is why, actually. Okay, so now we've got it looking good. So we've got seats 2A. Okay, so that's because I added a plus down here. Okay, we'll start over. All right. Looking through the data here, we have 178 seats. That's nice. That's what I was expecting. We'll bring this over here so we can examine it and verify my results. So we have, you know what? We need to print out if it's first class or not, or which class it is. Verify that that information is coming through. So let's do that. Seat A, and then we'll do class D. Okay, so it's in here somewhere, class ID, and then we're going to do seat emergency exit. And I think we can do B. It might not be it. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Too many arguments for... Okay, so why don't we try %D? Yeah, so B is nothing. Okay, so we'll do this. Start. Okay, so now... Yep. So you see this, it's like, oh, it's not marking that stuff. And that's because I'm not marking it. So I have it here, but I'm not putting it in here. I'm just setting the seat. So it needs to be seat dot class equals seat type seat dash B emergency exit equals emergency exit. Okay, run that again. and let's see what we get. All right, we've got something here. It could be enough to show it works. I almost feel like I could go one step further and do this here and do printf row D, and then that would be row. Is it the A? No, it's the int. It's the I. What's the I? The I is this I, so it would be row I. And then in here, I could do the seat. I don't need to do the class. I just need to do the seat number and then a space after it. Okay, so then I would do for k equals 0, k less than seat left, k plus plus, and then for int k equals 0, k less than seat right, k plus plus, and then I can print based off of that, and then we can do print space, there we go, and then we can say this goes in here, and we'll do splits, right? There we go. Okay, and then the only thing it's not going to do is move it to the right if the starting index is off, which I don't particularly care too much about. We get rid of that, do one space, here we do one space, build, and then print f, new line. Let's see what happens. Start. Oh, okay. No, you're doing it wrong. This, yeah. Hello, welcome back, nephew. I hope you had a good day. Don't work too hard in school. You know what? I don't need to print that stuff. That's like a fun thing to print. I don't need to print it that way. We're gonna just make sure the data is correct, and then we'll tweak it. Okay, so let's start at the top. And I do want to go through it manually right now. So, okay, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 first class across the thing. It says class 0, which is first class. 4, 4, 4, 4. We got a 4 all the way down. Now we're into the business class. Starts at 10. Boom. 10 has 1, 2, 3, 4 seats. That's wrong. And then A has 1, 2, 3, 4 seats. That's wrong. So we've got to fix the delta. Oh, and good thing you got out of high school. That's nice. Good job. Oops, that's not the right one. That's the right one. Look, it's nothing to be ashamed of, okay? You know? Seats left is 3. And then anything above 10 has 2 seats, and it's business. That's wrong. Business class is 3 seats. Only first class gets the joy of 2 seats. Oh, now school, not university. Oh, man. Well, good luck. Make sure you focus in your programming classes, though. You can slacken the other ones a little bit. Okay, those ones look good. And then we have A, B, C, D. So A, B, C, and then boom, we got the right seats that aren't supposed to be there. That's a problem. D, E, F for spot 10. So spot 10 still has problems. So let's take a look at 10. 10 says this. These are supposed to be else ifs. All right. It's all right. They'll teach you some more English grammar, which will help you get made fun of less. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Great. And then here we have A, B, C. Good. Then it skips for the closet. And then we have A, B, C, D, E, F. A, B, C, D, E, F. And that's just going to repeat. And then our next thing we're looking for is emergencies. So emergency is A, B, C on line 19. We got it. D, E, F. Great. So now 20 starts at B, C, and then it has D, E. That one's good. And then we're back to full scale for 21 and not emergency. So we're going to have to EFs all the way down until we get to 37. 37 should start with D, E, F, and we're good. Great. And now what are our total seat count? 180 seats. Wow. Can't believe it. I did it. All right. Great. Mm-hmm. Oh man, this game is like ready to be super complicated. So now this will change. The rectangle around the big tickets needs to go away. So how am I going to mark that a seat is taken? Right? So let's add that to the seat. Seat taken. And then maybe we have a reference to the passenger that took the seat, or do we have to look through all the tickets? Why does the plane have seat taken? It's not the plane that has a seat taken. It's the flight that has a seat taken. Wrong. Next. Okay. So then how do I know that a seat's taken? I have to attach something to it saying it's taken or not. So a plane's not going to have that. The flight's going to have that. A flight's going to have a collection of tickets attached to it. But that's not how it's set up right now. Well, I'll figure that out when I need it. I don't need it yet. So a flight is going to have a plane attached to it. The plane's going to have the seats. If you get a different plane, a smaller plane or a bigger plane, then you have to remove people. But this is all like behind the scenes info that's not as important to the gameplay. Make somebody be able to change their seats, you need to like have a map of the seats and know what's available. So it would be the flight that contains data about what seats are free or not. So then I would want the flight to have a list of free seats, taken seats, but it doesn't need to be the actual seats. Well, it could be. Anyways, there's a little bit of data structuring going on there. So let's not do that right now. What do I want to change? I want to change the way we show what's available on a flight. All right, and I'm back where I started. All right, well, fine. Did all that mental gymnastics to avoid having to do this. So what I need to do is, when they don't care about their seat, you can just give them the ticket and it will take the available thing. So a flight is going to have seats. A plane is going to tell you what seats are available. No, planes are going to tell you what the total set of seats are and types of seats, whereas the flight will tell you what is available on that flight for that plane. If the plane changes, then you have to change the seats to adjust. So we're not going to worry about that. What we're going to worry about, ooh, wow, I just had an idea. You could probably show, yeah, let's see. Probably have at the top. I wonder how many of these tickets, if I drew them like this for the seats, that could look good too. And then you could just have like an up arrow and a down arrow. It's like a page. It pages up, pages up. It could show the seats, and the seats get drawn. You could have a screen where we draw the seats. And we could have a button on the right that goes up and a button down. I would like to do that. Draw all the seats as buttons. Okay. So I'm just going to put a new one here called flight. Click on that. And then the flight. What does the flight do? Come on, brain, work. The flight is going to be something. Yeah, we could have flight, and then you could click on a particular flight. And then that flight is going to have a plane. And then that plane shows you what you're going to print on the screen. So that'll be fun. Okay. Great. I got my current to do. So we added planes. So what we need to do now is great. Before we move on, I want to get the red line that's around the tickets to stop showing up. Great. All right. Screen time. We need to load. We could Just make it 2 clicks. 2 clicks of loading. Great. All right, and then we need to get a button. And how much are we differing? We have 5, 10, 60. So that's 60. 60. It's not 60. It's 60, and then 185 is 25. So we buffer on the right 25. So we got 588 plus 110 plus 25, 720. Great, we're here. And we could do loading just to annoy things, and then we'll go loading, find the other loadings real quick. Okay, so we have one here. Great. And then let's do another one. Great, we got both of those set up. Next we do a loading. Find the big group right here, add them. Great. Loading, loading, loading. Click. Okay, we're here. All right, we need a button to go back. Okay, so now, oh, we didn't finish the loop here. Great. Click it again. Start. Loading. It didn't work. Okay, so we're jumping to flights loading. Yeah, right here, flights loading. Okay, we get to here and it says loading, do this. We're loading. And we're loading. Ooh. Interesting. Okay, well that's the choose flight timer. Here we've got loading. So why isn't it working? Something's broken. What did I break? Can't be broken so soon. I'll just put stinky email. How? Oh, it's an equals. You got to put equal equals, buddy. Messed up the email too. I wonder where else I'm doing well, let's see what the diff says and see if I'm doing anything particularly mistake. Yeah, here again. Okay. Great. All right. So now right here. Okay. And then we could put a cancel button in there just to help. And then in here, I want to print out all the flights. So we're just going to print out the flight and the names. Slice. I want cat. All right, flight. So then we could do nice little button grid. And we'll do text, format, S, flight, flight, num. Right, so is that text or a number? That's a number. And how else am I using flight number? I'm doing FL, so let's do FL like that. And then let's make this a decimal because that's what it's supposed to be. And then we can kind of, you know what? Screen top, do I have it? Comp screen top Y, comp screen left X. Yes, that's what we need. See where that lands us, and then we can adjust accordingly. So width and height, I'll just do, 50, 25. Red, false, false. Okay. And then we can do plus 30 I times 30. And we'll figure out how wide to make them as well. Flights. Cool. It's not wide enough, so we need to make them wider. Let's do 70. Okay, great. It's right on the left, and then that is not actually the top of the window. So my top computer screen top is wrong. Top Y is 60. That's not right, is it? Yeah, it's not. It's not even being used. So these need to be, I need to set these values. First of all, let's see if we're using them anywhere. No. And no. Okay, so now we need to actually determine what the top of the screen is. So it's going to be, excuse me, it's going to be with comp screen right here. No? Huh. Where am I drawing the screens then? screen width, computer width. Where are you, computer width? You're right here. Okay, so then I should be able to, yes, this is the top of the screen. Or no, screen, top, screen, X. Left X is this. And then I'm missing one. Oh, yeah, this one. Good. Oh, you know what? You could count, right? Okay, so we've got our top screen Y. We also want to give it a little bit of border so it looks nice. See how many of these we are fitting. Okay, we fit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we'll do 7. And then the X amount. Wait, why is that button? It shouldn't be touching the left of the screen. That cancel button. Yeah, the cancel button's in the find spot. Okay, so then we do is great. And we do Y count there. Sweet. Sweet. I could probably make this computer bigger. I probably will. Display off. Need to check this message real quick. Okay, and we're back. All right, so now when we click these, we should be showing the flights, and then we'll have big buttons of up and down over here. Skinny up and skinny downs. Bam. Then we can do game state pointer comp screen equal comp screen flights seats loading. And then we're on the loading, which then takes us to the seats right here, the cancel button. So let's verify we get to the cancel button. And the cancel button should clear out flight ID selected here as well. Should be null. And we're not going back, we're going back to flights. I'm okay with that being quick. We've got an equal. Why am I making that mistake? -1. Okay, let's go. Bam, flights selected. Here, go back. Cancel is always going to be quick because you're just eliminating things. And maybe there'll be a trick or two you can use that for, who knows. Okay, now we want to show the seats of the flight. So first off, we need to flight _t flight equals flight _t get game state pointer flights, and then that would be game state pointer flight ID selected. Bam, flight. You now want to go through the seats of the flight. So then I would do for int I equals GAC. You gotta use a GAC, buddy. Flight has seats. No, flight has a plane. We need to get the plane. So do I need individual planes for the flights? We're just going to use the first one. So that'll just be plane underscore T to start. Plane and then that would be flight, or we'll just do 0. It's going to be the 0th one for now. Got that. And then we can do we'll do GAT. And we'll do plane seats seat. And then we'll do LD button. And then what? Close that off. Then we got screen, so that would be left X, top Y, and we'll do plus 5, and then we want the width to be, well, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 characters. So we're going to go with like 23, so 30 by 30. We're going to do red, false. Okay, great. So that's good. And then for now, we're just going to do the basic I plus 35. And we might do less than 35 so that they're closer. I'll have it model what the plane looks like. So see how this is just a monster of stuff. So this is X and Y. Y is not increasing enough. Oh, because that's at a plus. It should be that. So try this again. All right. These are too big. We'll do 25, 25, 30. Oh, hi. How are you extracting independent axis rotation information? Sorry for the dumb question. I'm making a similar game and running into this issue. You really need to tell me what you mean by that. You're like asking a very advanced way of asking a question when you could just ask it simply. Yes, this is 2D, so that's why it didn't make any sense. All right, so I think if I mimic the way that the plane's rows are, it'll look really nice. And we also want to do equals 5 to start. I might want to move everything over 15 pixels just to make it look nice. So there we go. And then how am I going to know that we're on a different route? That's why you wanted the int, because the int would have made it a lot easier to do this part, because you're not going to have the same amount of info. Okay. So, but you don't need that, because you can turn that into an int from the character. You're only generating planes one time. That's planes in the seat once the entire game. So like you don't need to keep. You could just make it easy. We're probably wanting to render based off of class as well. You could have a different color for the different classes. So why don't we do that first here? So if seat dot class equals first, then we'll do like orange, and then if it's anything else, it'll just be red for now. Orange, 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 and the first red's down here. Good. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the generation code for these seats. And I am going to add back the seat. Okay, great. Or sorry, that's row number. Row number, seat letter. Perfect. So we set those back up again. Go back into level loader, generate plane. And then in here, on this step here, we would do seat that row number is equal to I. And then seat dash character letter, seat letter equals current. Bam. Okay, now back to the screens. So then we want All right, so now we change this to Y offset. And then if, so we got character last row is equal to A, that's our start row. And then we say if last row does not equal seat. Am I doing this right? No, it's int last row equals 0. We'll start at row 1. Okay, and then we want to take the Y offset and plus it. And then say last row equals seat dash row number. Okay, so that should take care of things going to new offsets. All right, let's see. Okay, we'll keep on going. All right, so we've got Y offset here. We only want it to go down. So then our X offset here would be at times 30. There we go. And then that will get us a little bit more. Okay, so then last one, keep going. So that'll help quite a bit. Okay. Okay, so then let's see. So X has got to change each time we iterate through, and it needs to reset every time we get to a new row. Okay. All right, let me see what we got here. Are you generating seats now? This seems interesting, but I have no idea what else is going on. So yeah, this is a game where you rebook flights for customers who miss flights, and you got to print them new tickets. And so what I'm doing right now is I'm setting up the ability to change their seats. But before I do that, I just want to be able to see what seats are on a flight. So I'm setting that up, give them back their paperwork, go to the next guy. So I want to be able to visually see all the stuff here, and so this is what I've been doing. I have the data for all the seats, but I feel like I should have structured my code a little differently, but it's okay. I can use the characters to help me know where stuff is. All right, so then the expected current character is going to be character expected equals A. And then as we go, it increases. But when you get here and the row stuff changes, it goes expected equals A. And then if expected does not equal seat dash seat letter, then we do continue, but we also increment the X offset here. And that should get us a little bit better. looking things. And then I didn't do something which was when here, or when you finish, so every time you go through this, the expected thing has to increment as well. So let's do that. All right, so if your last seat doesn't match your current row number, then you're gonna jump back to the left side where reset. If you don't have it here, we go to the one to the right. Here we print it, then go one to the right. So I guess this would be an if else. No, it wouldn't be. Yeah, I guess I could just do if they're equal. And then do this, and then get rid of this. All right, and then if they're not equal, then you just move them one over. Yeah, thank you. Yep, C's a great language, and come back whenever. I might make a 3D game, we'll see. But not yet. All right, so here we've got some stuff going on. The problem is that I don't have the gap here. I guess if it's first class, I'll just know that there's 2 seats, but that's an assumption that's, you know, not the best. I guess I could use information about the type of flight it is, and then I could just do the same thing I did in the level loader for generating the plane, and just have this nasty metadata thing going on. Right, but that's kind of silly. Okay, so we've got a decent amount. So this goes and shows 11 of them. So then I could say the range to display last row, so we would stop at 11. So then I would say start row, show rows. Okay, so then you say this. You do if seat dot row number greater than last row break, and then we could say if seat row number is less than start row, continue. Great. Last row's got initialized more than once. End row. And then you can click this right arrow here and it just increments the start row. And then instead of end row, we can be show rows 11, and then that would be start row plus show rows, and then great. And then we'll put a button on the right side of the screen here. And start rows. So start rows should come from game state pointer now. And we'll do flights start row. And then when you jump into here to begin with, we'll just do flight start row equals 0. Then we'll jump back. Okay. And then we'll do this. Up. Down. And then why don't we do 25, 50, 25, 50. We'll put you at 700, put you at 700, put you at 305. And then we say if flight start row, that one will be a plus. If ooh, yeah, it would be plane seats length. And then that's actually a variable, which is show rows. So let's put that in instead of manual. There we go. And then here we want this to always be okay. Let's do a little bit of scrolling. Seven. 6, 7. Ah. That's not. That's because the rows skip, so that's not going to work. Okay, so I have to keep track of the row. Int row current row equals 0, and then if, so this would be current row, and then if they don't equal, then we're on a new row. Six, 7. He only shows 7 of them. Six, 7, 8, 9. That's weird. Okay, so let's think about this before we. Okay, so start row is going to be where we start. So if we're at 0 and 0, so this current row is 0, and start row 0. So then we would not continue because it's not less than start row, they're equal. And then we say current row is 0 if it's greater than start rows plus show rows, so that's 7, then we go. Okay, now we go through here and we say, oh, does the last row equal the current row? No, so that puts us up at 1. Now we're on row 2. So we go through this again. So there's something up. It's showing way too many. Yeah, I know what it is. No, I don't know what it is. So, yeah, I mean, this should fix it. So let me see. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nothing, 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 nothing. So what? What the? Okay, current row. Seat row number. Start row is 0. So if current row is less than the start row, we're not going to show anything. If current row, which when we press down increases it, oh, shoot. Press down, that increases it. But we've got length and show rows. So start. If the seat's length show, okay, well let's click this, see what happens. Let me double check. I think it might be lunch time for me. Lunch ready. Well, guys, you're gonna enjoy a little break because I'm gonna go eat. So see you in a bit. All right, I'm back. There's like a multiplication I'm doing or something. It's got to be. Let's just do a little bit of debugging. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, you know what? You need to do this. Before you do those checks. Okay, great. And then the next thing is don't need to do that. What do we need this other one here to do? Is this. This is... Okay, great. Now we got to figure out... Start's going to be 0. 6, 7, 8. Seven. No, this is not. Ah, you know what? Why'd I make this so hard? Okay. That's plain and simple. That's what needs to happen. So this is gone. So whenever they're not the same and you haven't made it to the starting point, we keep going. So then that gets us to here. But once you've made it to the starting point, we're here. Now we're actually doing stuff. These will be the same, so then you'll be fine. Okay. So let's see. Okay. I've only get one. Great. Starting point's 0. Oh yeah, because this is 0. Right? This is actually an index. So this is actually, so you know what? Let's rename this to start index. Oh, freaking kidding me. Okay, where are we? So this should be start index. And then let's get rid of that. And then this should be current index, not row. All right, put a little parentheses around this for safekeeping. Okay, so now back to thinking about this. So if the row numbers are different, then we increase the index. So this is the limit, stops at the limit. So let's just verify that we're stopping at the limit, which should be, nope, that's not. If current index is greater than, oh, that's dumb. What? That's stupid. What? Did I do that? What is that? So there's the start index and current index. So it's actually start index. Start index is 0. Ah, okay. There we go. Okay, we're not working still. Current index is 7. Start index is 0. Show row. So it does make it through. So that's good. The problem is probably the Y offset. But we look fine on all of those. X offset is 29. That doesn't seem right. Interesting. Let's put a breakpoint in here and see what that x offset is. It's 0. What's going on here? Okay. Oh, the expected letter. (16, 9) show rows. (16). Yeah. Interesting. And what is 21? 21's the last one. It's not showing. Oh, it is 21. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Interesting. So start row. Go through. It's gonna show. It's gonna. This cap works. Great. So if these don't match, we increment the index. If current index is less than start index, then we continue and we set our x offset. We don't increment, but we set our offsets back to 0. Or it's the y offset that's going to be the problem. Yes. Okay, great. And so then instead of as soon as if we've drawn once, then you do this. And then we jump down here, and if we then we do true. There we go. And then we can have the page size be how many are shown at once. Or we can draw all of them to the right, which then leads to thinking, well, why not just draw the whole plane left to right? Because you'll fit more. Got all this empty space, which I could do. Could fit a lot more on the screen, that's for sure. Start here. Draw them vertically instead of horizontally. Okay, well, let me check in what I have so far. Yeah, let's do that. Well, am I going to increase this monitor size? I was thinking about making it taller. If I made it taller, it still doesn't change that it'd be better to look at it wideways because you're going to have more space. And then I'd lose some of my paperwork space, which I don't want to lose any more than I have here. So let's just swap it to left and right. So that's actually kind of easy. It's like everywhere where you're using these offsets, you kind of just like swap them. Well, that's probably wrong. But whatever, let's just see what happens, right? Yeah, so that worked. Okay, and now I want to change the max count. Ooh, yeah. Okay. Let's do 20 and see how many we can fit. This looks great. And then we can have the arrows move you by like 5 at a time. That's not that bad. Okay, we'll get these back to left and right. Oh, it already is showing it, so that was actually a valid check. Okay. Okay, and then expected. So then we would keep going. Should still be 20, yep. C, B, C, B, C, B. Oh, shoot. You want it to when it doesn't get the expected, you don't want it's like you kind of want to do, you want everything else to move forwards but not the I. Else, I'm just going to do else I minus minus. Okay. So we need to show 17. If it's first class and it's B, then we jump 2 seats. If it's this plain type. I can also make it to where it starts drawing up here instead. And then when it gets to number 3 slot here, it skips a gap. So you can see the aisle. Aesthetically, that does look better. Yep, so now when we get to C, if it's D, then we should increment the Y one. If first class and expected equals C, then we do X offset plus plus. Else A B, C, D. That should make the row gap in the middle. And why are we doing equals equals? Come on. Okay, so I've thoroughly messed this up. So let me just double check my work. Yeah, I mean, two A, 2A, 2A, 2A. So that's why I did equals equals. That explains it. Oh wow, I like really messed this up. It should be seat. Should be seat type. Yeah, this should have been seat type. What do you do for a living? You first. I write software, basically a web app, and I also make games. I've been doing that for a long time. So this one needs to skip twice for this particular plane. Okay, good. Look at this. This is what you want. Now the problem is, let me look at the typical setup here. Yeah, so they don't care. Okay, good. So we've got our gap in the middle, and the gap is actually 3. If I want to go crazy on this, I could actually make it look even better. But this is good enough for now. I could have the first class seats have an offset. That's a slightly different value. So we knock these down a bit and put them in between so that it looks like they're like fat boys. Yeah, let's do that. So this is what, 30 tall. So if I just did plus 15 and then got rid of one of those, bam. Now that looks good. And then we can increase the rate at which we scroll to be plus equal, let's do 3, minus equal 3. She keeps going, goes way too far to the end. So let's see. This length isn't the total amount of rows. So we should probably calculate what the rows are on the plane just to have them. Do you have a GitHub or LinkedIn? I would like to look to them. No, I have a GitHub and no on the LinkedIn. If you have questions, you can just ask. Okay, let's see what's going on here. This is wrong. What the rows max. Okay, so we need to figure out what is the context of the game. Well, that's good. I'll tell you. So I didn't need. Oh yeah, I do need to do this down here, plane. So you are a gate assistant, and you're rebooking people's flights. They miss flights, you have to rebook them, that type of thing. So that's some of the work you would do. So you get somebody in, you have their ticket. It says they're from Tampa, going to Dallas, Fort Worth. So you'd look at the flight chooser, Tampa, Dallas, Fort Worth, confirm. And then they're not first class, they're standard. You pick the ticket, print it, and then you give them back their paperwork. You work on the next guy, and there'll be different events and things, but that's basic game loop. And so if somebody needed a seat change, this is kind of what they would do. All right, let's see. Did we get this right? 37. I think we got this right. There's like a playable version. Ah, good. It stops too. Right here it stops. But I'd want it to stop right at the end, but it stops a little further. Is that because we're doing plus equal 3? We've got show rows and rows max. And so then if you go there, it goes back. How is this a flight game? A flight game, sir. How is this a flight game, sir? Okay. Very fitting timing. So you're a flight attendant, assistant, like one of those gate. What are they called? They're like a gate terminal operator or whatever. Let me get the name of it real quick. And your job is to rebook flights when people miss their flight. I'm gonna get a Steam page set up soon. So it'll be a little easier to explain, and I can send you guys there when you ask, because it's would make it easier. But let's see. You're an airline gate agent, right? So you're a gate agent, and somebody comes up to you and they miss their flight. So you kind of like look at their ID, this, and then you change their flight. In this case, we're going to have a flight available, and get it sent, give it back to them, go to the next one. Rinse and repeat. And that's one of the gameplay loops. There'll be more things to do in the game. So I printed this guy a first class ticket, even though he didn't have first class. And that's basic loop. Do you want to release it on the Steam? Yes, I do. I'm actually setting up a Steam store page very soon. I plan on having it set up probably way before the game's done. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to like put in programmer art, and then I'm going to, as I get better at art, I'll just keep redoing the pictures until it looks great. Dallas, Fort Worth. I gotta make a money sprite so they can like pay for better tickets, like first class. So the seat, I was working on seat, right? And now that I have seats, I can actually fill up flights, whereas I couldn't do that before. May I ask, why don't you make it in game engine? Or sorry, what? Why don't you make it in a game engine? It would look much better on them. I don't think you know what you're talking about, but it's a good question. Why am I not using a game engine? What would make it look better at the end of the day? It's a 2D game. I render sprites to the screen, and I haven't done any shaders. So in a game engine, it would do the same thing. It would render it to the screen without shaders. When I decide to program shaders, I'll be able to apply them to my game. So your whole question's kind of like, it's a noob question, not trying to embarrass you or anything, but it doesn't make sense. A game engine doesn't make your game look better. A game engine might have tools in it that would speed up your process, right? Make it faster for you to get something done, but you give up a ton of control for that. And it doesn't automatically mean that it's going to look better. It just means you'll have access to it with less work. It's kind of like one of those questions which you say, like, no matter if you say yes or no, you're kind of like pushing an agenda with your question. The part where you say it would look much better on them, that's your assumption. That's wrong. Okay, we got emails. So I'm going to probably modify the email to show you that you have read and unread emails. And then I could do a little more. Okay, let's close that. I don't need to play the game. That's not why I'm here right now. All right, I got my flights. Okay. I think the seats that are taken, I should have them be disabled. And then the seats that are emergency seats, I should draw a line for the entire row. Maybe. We'll see. I might just have to draw them with like a little... Like I'm going to modify this to use a sprite. So this will have to change again, but for now it's good enough. Okay, so let's just see if there's actually a seat called 37E on this one. Yes, so this would be valid for this flight. I guess I could make it to where they get a random seat from a plane. Okay, good. So you're asking questions. Raylib does have limitations about shaders, but when I come across that sort of limitation, I'll make a decision on my end to use something else, and then I'll just keep moving forwards. All right. I guess the look and feel additions could be like you could have the doors and stuff, but that's just way too much for now. Emails, I need emails to be a bit more clean. Okay, let's generate some passengers with valid seats. And I need to come up with a quick way of getting the seats from a particular flight. So that's the thing. So when you make a ticket for a plane, it's actually for a flight. So you get your seat map. I'm not the guy to ask for that question, by the way. Go ask somebody in the Raylib Discord and they'll tell you. I am definitely not versed enough in the exact limitation. All right, so let's see. Should I have the flight be an exact copy of this data? Like it just copies the seats? It sounds really bad. That would make it easy. And then I could store which flights are taken versus not. And so then the planes are just like templates for things. But then I could have the planes get like stuck in repair mode or whatever. Custom UI lib. I don't use mGUI. I do have it on my engine over here. But that's just on the engine for debug stuff. All the modules use their own thing. Let me build one of my other games. Build that one. Okay, and do I have any other ones? I guess test build grid might work still. It does. So we've got this one. 3 guys that you control. And then in the other game, this is actually a multiplayer game, which I have messed up the multiplayer aspect of. I made a game engine that uses Raylib to do the rendering. I have it set up to where I can render using any graphics API. I capture, so the game's split out. So there's the engine and then there's the module. The module calls trap functions to call the engine. So the game is actually a DLL. Like I just showed you, there's the engine here, and then here's some modules which are DLLs. I jump into this one, I jump into that one. They're different. They're different games. Test Build and Puzzle Quest are 2 different games. And it runs off of DLL calls. But anyways, this other game started as a Ludum Dare, and so I just haven't converted it over to the engine because I didn't want to give the engine code out to the jam, because I am not giving that away. Have you released your projects in GitHub? I want to look at them. No, I'm not giving away my stuff for free. There's too much of this freeloader stuff going on in the industry. I'm done with it. But you can go and look at my Ludum Dare game. That's totally for free. And you could go look at my code. But you would have to compile Raylib on your own and figure out how to compile things. But you've been wanting to look at my GitHub, so I'll just send you my GitHub because that's something you seem to be interested in. So this is my GitHub, and then the repository for the Ludum Dare is actually this link here. And so in there you won't have anything that helps you build it. You don't even have the Raylib lib because you'd have to compile it yourself, and I wasn't going to do it that way. But this is what the game was like for the Ludum Dare. It looks like this here, and then, you know, it's pretty much the same thing, but it's like older. So the tickets look a lot different. There's way less stuff to do. Screen's smaller, all that stuff. But it's the same game. What's interesting about the code here is the use of, because I'm writing it in C, it's the use of the memory arenas right here. And you're not gonna, there's not many people that do it this way, so it's pretty neat. All right, that's that. Doot. Okay, I think it's time to duplicate all the the seat data to the flight, and then the flight will pick from the seats. So the planes are you know. Oh man, I need to make an FAQ, and not because I'm like too good to answer the questions or anything, but these questions, I've been asked these questions every single time. Yes, I'm writing my own game engine for this. I'm using Raylib, and then if I'm doing any networking code, I use eNet. Something about the games is there's a game engine. The game engine will exclusively use DLLs, and so I call those modules, right? So then in here I have two games. Load up the game engine, and you have module 1, module 2, and those are two different games, but they are using the same API calls. So Is it possible to make raylib to the exe file? Okay, I know you're trying, so I'm gonna just like give you the answer on that. If you compile it as a lib, then it doesn't need like it when you compile it as a lib, you can reference it in your project, and then it compiles into the exe. This exe runs like I'm gonna copy this, I'll put it in another folder, right? And it's just the exe. That's the whole game engine in here. So yes, you can do that. And this thing, what it does is it creates some folders. I have like a log. It tells me like the game started and all that stuff. Is it possible to make? Yeah, I'm already doing that. Sir, I'm already doing that. Use CMake. Use CMake. Go download raylib. Go to his CMake thing, and look what he does, and then just copy that into your own CMake. Right. So I have raylib in here, and it's being made using his tools and stuff. So now I have raylib, and it's built. And I think I even have Ray GUI. Let me check. Ray GUI. Yeah, I'm building Ray GUI as well. So raylib's GUI project. And so go learn CMake, and it makes all these projects for you. You just run a script, CMake-build, and then you could put in, or -b build solution, and it puts it all in a folder for you separate from your code. So then it's like you got all this stuff ready. So yeah, I mean, it's really easy. Really, really easy. All right, enough being distracted. All right, so we're gonna now. yeah. Do you write your own game engine for this? Yes, you said, like a Chad. Keep up the good work, man. It's in C as well, so I guess I get Chad points for that too. Where's that diagram? There was such a nice diagram the other day. I love this diagram. Let me just save this into my Keep Forever folder. Where are you? This one. Yeah, let's put that in here. Copy image, paste image. Did it go in? Yeah. Excellent. C it's a pretty good language. What is this graph again? Huh. Well, anyways, C is a pretty good language. Use this as a reference here. And actually, if you look at the Toby index, what is it? The Toby index. Best language ever. Best language ever. C. The only reason Python's up there is because we got a bunch of guys who do data analytics. But, you know, your typical data analytics guy looks like this. And slacks, casual. It's your typical, like this, it kind of looks like this guy. You know, this guy, but maybe less, a little bit more out of shape. Maybe this guy right here, you know, or this guy, like he's just like a data analytics guy. He's not really a programmer. He's kind of like a guy that writes SQL, right? He's not a programmer. He's a guy that just uses business tools. So Python's mostly a business tool. And then if you're a beginner in robotics, a noob, you'll fall for the Python trap. So Python has a few capture points that aren't for programmers. So if you get rid of Python, there you go. the real list, number 1, C. And it keeps rising to the top. C++ dying out. C++ not dying out. But look at this. You sit here and you just look at this and you listen to some of the crazy people out there and they're like, oh, you got to use like, Go or something. Or like not Fortran, but like, oh, you got to use Rust. Ugh, gross. Rust went down 3 points on this chart. Well, not 3 points, but let me see how many points they actually went down, because I think that's percentage. It went down a whole quarter of a point. Lost 3 points on the ranking system. Rust is worse than assembly language. Worse than PHP. So anyways, that was an interim. All right. I distracted myself for your sake and for your fun. So now you owe me some of your time and cooperation. All right, so back to this. We're going to go to the planes again. We're going to duplicate a bunch of data to the flight. So every flight's going to have a full map of the seats, because I need to know if they're first class or not. I need to know if they're taken or not. I need to have it, a plane can be on 5 different flights a day. So you got to be able to know these things. So seats. Flight has seats. Seats are now going to have seat taken. And then it'll have passenger ID, ticket ID. Got it. This will be only applies for flights. Woohoo! All right. So now let's keep going. Planes, seats, flights, seats. So flights don't have seats. Flights get seats when they're generated. Flights use planes. What plane is for the flight? That's how that works. If you change your flight number, you're going to get a different plane, maybe not. So we were going to do this work in the generator. Problem, you do need to generate all the seats still because of the memory. So we are going to do that. That needs to be done. So we will do that right here. Done. Okay, next. Everything's allocated. We're good to go. Now we want to go into the level loader, and we need to transfer from one to another. So where am I doing generate plane? I'm doing generate plane here. So we have a flight here. So what I want to do is okay, well, we'll write a method. Copy seat data from plane to flight. Bam. And then we'll just do that for every flight that we generate. Oh boy. This is just for now. Just for now. Okay. So now in here we've got the first class and all this stuff. This stuff goes away, but not yet, but it will soon. Okay, so we do copy seat data, copy plain seat data to flight. Just very verbose. Bam. Void plain underscore T plain flight underscore T flight. There we go. I always spell plain like plant. Why do I do that? And now we have our seats, are all this generated data. But of the seat data, what we care about is all this stuff. For int I equals 0, I less than plain dot max seats max. That's not how you're going to do it, buddy. Nope. You're going to go seats.length. Thank you. And you're not even going to do this. You're going to get in the habit of using your code generation tool. Okay. So this is a GAT. Yes, a GAT. All right. And then we're going to do GAT plain seats. Then we're going to do plain underscore T. Oh, wait, no. We're going to do seat underscore T. Seat. There we go. Now we have this guy's seat. And what we would need to do next is for the flight, we would do flight dash seats dot. I guess we would do free all on that. So let's do array clear. What do I have the array clear doing? It goes through everything and clears everything out perfectly. So that's what I want to do. Array clear is going to be flight.seats cleared out. Thank you. Now we do seat T flight seat. And we can call this one plain seat. Okay, and then this is going to be seat T array get flight dash seats I. Perfect. Next, we copy everything from flight or from plain seat to flight seat and call it a day. So we're going to do everything. Go. Fall asleep. Be active. Wow. So if I did this, I actually need to do get next free. Okay, so we want to make it active, and we want to, there's no bathrooms. And emergency exit would be plain seat. Emergency exit flight seat would be, let's get the seat. Seat is I could just do this sprint f safe flight seat. Oh, I need to do that. I better go and do that. Flight seat, and then comma, size will be 4, and then format will be %. What are we doing? We're doing the row and then the letter, so that would be, and then %C for character. I believe that's how that works. And then we do plain seat dot letter, seat letter. No, it's number first. Number, row number, and then plain seat letter. Great. Now, what else do we have to add? We need to add the class ID. Okay, what else do we need to add? We need emergency exit B window is going to be false for now. I'm not adding it yet. I'll add it when I want to. Instance ID plus plus. Passenger ID -1. -1. Flight seat. Taken. False. Okay, what other variables did I add? Minus. So we need to do ticket and passenger ID. So we'll do ticket as well. Ticket ID equals -1. Okay, double check and see if seat has anything we care about. So we have seat. We've filled that out. Seat letter, row number. We want to add these two. So we'll go back. All right, we copied everything over. Okay, I now have the flight. So when I generate a passenger, they're going to pick a flight. I mean, we got flight number from somewhere. Let's go find it. Ticket has it. Passenger doesn't have it. It's the ticket. So generate ticket is here. Generate ticket. We have game state passenger. So they have a ticket. So at some point we're going to get flight number. So let's do that. Flight number. Okay, we're in here. So we've got our flight. So then in here we need to get the gate. So I would do ticket dash gate. No, not gate. Seat. Seat number. What is a seat number? It's a string. Okay. So we're going to play the same game we did over there, which is going to be the... What did I call it in seat? Seat, what did we call that? We called it seat letter, row number. Okay, and then that's just a character and a row number, so that's fine. Seat num, let's take a look and make sure that that is initialized properly. It is not. Seat number is not. So that means that when we use it, we're going to be pointing to the abyss. So we need to fix that. Where would we fix that? We would fix that in our init process here, and that would be for tickets. So let's do tickets with an S. Tickets. Okay, ticket dash seat number. Arena, Alec, memory, arena. Why am I doing memory arena like that? Shouldn't it just be game state pointer? Whatever. Size of car times 4. And then I think we did text size seat, which is going to be 4 right there. Boom, seat number safe. Car star differs in levels of indirection than int. Where? Here. Okay, fine. So now we have our flight. From the flight, we need to be able to pick up an empty seat. This person's first class, so we need to pass in if they're first class, which would be this. So find seat for ticket. So I would write something like get reserve seat flight. Reserve random seat flight. And then what this was going to return is going to return a seat pointer. So that would be seat underscore. So we do flight and ticket. And then when we have the reserved seat, we can do sprintf s that. And instead of that way, we can do it this way. We can do for seat text size seat buffer count. We did that. Now we get the format. Format will then be %d. So is it the character or the row first? Yes, you just keep going back and forth on this. No, it's sprintf. Look for the ones related to seat. sprintf underscore f. Okay, and then we have seat. There it is. Yeah, so I was right for the most part. And then we can do reserved seat dot dash digit. So digit would be row number. And then we can do reserved seat. Come on, buddy. Seat letter. Great. Reserve random seat would take that seat and also say it's taken. So now our ticket has a seat number. Reserved seat is now occupied. So that seat has these numbers to it, but where's the passenger? So I would also want to include passenger in here. No point in making it harder than it needs to be. Okay. Now we have this. This is going to return a seat pointer. Great. And then you are flight underscore t pointer. You are ticket underscore t pointer. And you are passenger underscore t pointer. Great, thank you. Drop into here. Paste. Copy that. Why? Why do you decide to randomly not work? What is it? Yeah, you work still. That's what I thought. Goofball. Although that is weird. level loader loads up GG Arena, but is missing like ALD58 type and all that. So let's do a little bit of cleanup here. We want to do LD58 type array, and that should fix any of that funky business that's probably been happening. Oh, is it up here? Yeah, so you're porting it here, but then in here you're still, yeah, bingo. Goofus. Okay, take that. Okay, double click on reserve random seat. Great. So now I need to take the flight, pick one of the available slots. I'm just going to go in order. No. They need to be random. Need to be random. I almost don't care, so I'll just do it this way. Int first class count equals 0. Int main cabin count equals 0. Business. I gotta change what we're using on the tickets to match the seat type. Which is easy to do, but it needs to be done at some point. So the ticket is first class. If it's first class, great. So anyways, let's do the counts. So for int I equals 0, I less than flight dash seats dash length I plus plus. If let's get the seat underscore t seat equals get seat get flight dash seat dash length I. Great. Next. What do we got going on here? That. Seat. If seat class ID equals seat type main cabin. Main cabin count plus plus. Else if bam. Good. Next, if they are first class, then I'm going to do just going to get an int rando equals get random value from, wait a second. We need to do available. The seats need to be available. So if the seat is taken, continue. Any of that annoyingness. Now we do random value and we do first class count. There you go. And then we do for get. So what do we got here? We got flight, seats, seat. Okay, so our seat, if seat taken, continue. If seat class ID equals seat type first class, if I equals random. Bingo. I think we need to do, if we got 10 of them, that's not how you do it. That's not how you do it. It's index equals 0. And then if we go in here and we say if they're not equal, then we do index count. Okay, so then if there's 10 of them, then we want to do first class count minus 1, because then that would be 0 to 9. Okay, so we do index plus plus whenever it's first class. If they're equal, then we say return seat, except we don't return seat. Seat B, seat taken equals true. Seat ticket ID equals ticket dash entity ID. Seat passenger equals passenger entity ID. And then we are done. Return that. Perfect. So that's if you're first class. If you're not first class, then you're main cabin. Because we don't have everything set up properly yet. So we'll just do first class. And we'll do main cabin. And then in here we'll do main cabin count. Great. And then differs in levels of indirection. So what do we got here? Seat. We don't length. How do we get length in there? It's because I wrote that one manually. Okay, so man, my foot is like in pain right now. Let's see, flights. Not all return. Not all paths return. Ah, shoot. Okay, so this needs to return null. Okay, great. And then if it's null, we'll run it again, but we'll lower the... We'll make them not first class. We'll just put this here for now. All right. Run. Start game. How? How did that happen already? First class, business class. Great. How? If ticket first class, false. So we're in here. Main cabin. Funny business. How did you get null so quick? Start. $60, 180, seats taken, main cabin, continue. Okay, let's see if we ever get into here. We get into here, 60, 20. So we're going to hit index. Great. So what about here? Oh, you're still using I. It's not I. You got to use index. All right. That's nice. So next we want to go to where I think I generated a hard-coded one, which was like 37E. Yes. So instead of this, we should be putting % string, and then we should be doing ticket dash seat number. Compile. Run. Start game. Boom. 15E. 28A. What the is that a D? Oh, this font is like garbage. I like it, but there's a problem with it, and we're gonna fix it because there's no way your D looks like an O. Just stop. Like stylized points made it worse for this thing. Font menu, save. Okay, click away, click away. I had to do it. I was getting away with it for a while, but it's been leading to problems. Okay, 38B. A. E. B. A. E. Let's try that again. C. D. There we go. That D looks like a D now. Okay. So we've got it. They're now taking actual seats. The next step would be to, for the particular flight, we use the actual flight seat data. So that's what I'm going to do now. Which is easy. It's just a drop-in place approach here. So that would be render game. That would be seats. There we go. And instead of the flight, oh no, the flight is the one you want. So instead of the plane, don't use the plane. And wherever it's said to use plane, we change it to flight. 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 Rosemax. Plane. Maybe we keep the plane just for that part. So I can save myself 2 seconds. All right, good. And now there are these true and false flags that are on these guys here. So I would do if seat is taken, then it's disabled. And when it's disabled, you can't click it and it has a different color. So now I hit the bell, boom, this guy, he's on flight GA4 ding dong. I don't know why I put GA and FL up here. So GA 13 at the end, 1348 4, click that one. And in here, there should be a disabled. They're disabled. Look at that. Look at that. So they are, you can see what's filled up. All right. Good. I think for these ones, instead of having them disabled, I just make them gray to begin with. And when you click on them, it just prints out who's in the seat. 44887. So nothing. Click. Boom. Peter Smith. That's him. And then, is there anyone else on this flight? No. Okay, and now we have 507. That's weird. So it's 34507 right there. Oh wow, that 7 doesn't look like a 7. That's why I didn't think it was a 7. If I'm having that, other people are going to get annoyed about it too, but they're going to be more annoyed because they can't fix it in 2 seconds like I can. So we're going to get rid of that too. So let's see what else was in here that got fixed. This D had these stupid little corner things, and now the 7 over here has that. So we'll do a little export as that. Great. And save. Yes. Okay, now this guy's first class, so it's probably going to be John Santos. When I click on it, yes. And then when I click on this guy, I got Roger Santos. Okay, great. Is there anyone else from this flight? No. Perfect. Okay, I'm going to have a lot of passenger data to generate. All right, well, in any case, let's just click through this and see what we got. John Santos. Peter Smith. Roger Santos. There's a couple duplicates here. Pauline. Susan. Riker. How come you guys aren't showing up? Santos, Rogers. Let's make sure. Interesting, these flights are so empty. Peter Smith. How come Peter Smith is into? Oh, because he has layovers. Okay, we've got Pauline and Susan Collins. Riker. So already did that one. John Santos. I need to add more last names and first names. Boom. Seats are showing up and flights are showing them. So I got the planes done. I've got the seats now being transferred between the two. So now I have what I need to be able to rebook seats. So that's a huge win. It's a huge win. So okay. Well, I'm going to take a look at my build server and see if it's enjoying building the code this much. Build number 33. Yeah, it's just been building all day long. There should be another build because I just pushed though. What does it say here? Boom, seats are showing up. Wow. So one pending. Yep. The version of Java used by some agents will no longer supported in future versions of TeamCity. Upgrade to Java 21. No thanks. Okay. All right. All right. All right, I think I'm done for streaming. Unless if people are actually here. All right, thanks for watching today, guys. I got what I wanted to get done. And I'm going to take a break. And I'll catch y'all probably in a few more days. Thanks and goodbye. Follow if you want to see me again. Subscribe. Thumbs up. Do what you need to do. But I'll keep it going. Hey, how's it going? Okay, so someone's here. That's great. I'll stay like a minute longer now. But today I got the flight buttons done. I got the planes. So now the flights exist. And you could see who's in the, well, it could print a debug message of who's in the which seat. I wonder if seats taken here. Oh, you got here at the end. Yeah, I was about to end. Although I'm not supposed to end yet. I do have plenty more time. So I'm not like rushing off, but I was kind of fading. You know what? Let me look at my to-do list and see if there's something I could get done in the next hour. Just push through for a little bit. So I got the planes. Planes are done. Let me write that down. Let me cross that out rather. All right. I guess I could clean it up and actually make the window seats a reality. So the window seats, I could draw a like yellow border around them. But let's keep going. Q count. It would be nice to know. I don't know why, but YouTube recommended this to me. Oh wow. Well, is this your first development stream? This is I am making my own engine. It's in C++, or sorry, C, not C++. I'm not doing C++. And I have a couple of iterations of things, but I am, let's see, following, for my game engine, I'm following the Quake 3 approach for the game engine. For this game I just wrote, though, I just did a quick and easy thing for the Ludum Dare, which is a 48-hour game dev competition. I'm a developer. I have a game 0. Yes. Yes, I'm developing a game on Steam as well. This game will go to Steam. But I have an engine that I'm making that implements this sort of Quake 3 kind of approach with the events and everything. But for the game I'm working on right now, I made it for a competition, and so I didn't hook it up to my engine because I didn't want to share my engine code. But that's no big deal. So I think I should make the desk wider as well. So I could do that. Because right now the paperwork's kind of getting jammed at the edge, and it's just because I set a limit, but I've increased the size of the screen. So, and I think it was 1,000. So let's just look for wherever I'm using 1,000. I think it was right here. Yeah, so then I want to do screen width on this. And it's going to be the starting width. Okay, so now the driver's license is, are you kidding me? Int float. Okay, well then, I don't know what you were before, buddy, but now you're a float. Ooh, that should be screen height. This one should be screen height. What did I do? Screen width. Screen width. This should be screen height. There we go. All right, so that fixes the driver's license. We can just do a quick check on that. Yes, there's definitely Papers, Please vibes to this game. So that one's getting stuck still, but this one doesn't now. Problem, though, is it's getting stuck there. Oh, yeah, because it's treating it like it's the ticket. It has different width. So why don't we change this to... size divided by 2. So that would be what height? So that would be y divided by 2. Ah, no. Okay. So we don't need it. Divided by 2. Great, that worked. So then here, get rid of this. Does your game have a Steam page? I do have a Steam page, but it's not live yet. So I want to get that set up. I probably should get it set up today so that people can look at it, wishlist it now. I'll work on that soon. Yeah, I don't have a Steam store page yet. I will have one soon. I don't have a name yet for it that I want to release publicly. Still working on it. I might even just give it a temp name for the store page. Okay, why is this stopping there? It doesn't need to. So let's fix that. Oh yeah, it's because this is totally wrong still. The working title is Airline Gate Agent, but that's definitely, I don't know if that's going to be the game name. Okay, great. And then we'll do the same for the ticket, and then everything else will follow a similar pattern, and we won't make this mistake again. You got a Twitter account or anything I can support you in? You can follow me on what you were follow me on YouTube, but you could also follow me here. And next time I stream, I'll make sure I have a Steam page set up, because I'm starting to realize it's important to have now, especially with the questions I'm getting seem to be pointing to there being an interest for this game, so I want to make sure I take that and do it quickly. All right, so now we got, I think it's dark gray. And you know, it's table, it's called the table. So it's table desk right here. We want to do screen width, get the whole screen width in there. But yeah, I need to get the Steam store page set up. So, woo, what was that? That's a follow. Hello, thanks for the follow. Let me look up who that was. It's Alzzzzzz's. Anyways, thanks. It's good to have a few things. Ah, that was you on Twitch. Great. Yeah, I'm on Twitch. Hey. Yeah, Twitch is a good place. YouTube's a good place. They're all good places. I definitely want to get my Steam store page set up. I think I'll do that today. I'll just have a couple screenshots of the tickets and things, and just hope to make it look okay. And then that'll just get the start of it going. Like, it'll give it a little heartbeat so that other people can see it, and then build up that momentum. Because I'm going to be done with it quickly. And, I'll do a little bit of pixel art work on some of this stuff and make it look better. But yeah, for the Steam store page, you have to do you gotta get a couple capsule windows and things set up, and sometimes that stuff is extremely time consuming, but I have an idea of what I'll do. All right, so the desk is now fully across, which is what the improvement was. So now paperwork can go all the way to the right on both screens. I might actually make it to where the paperwork can't go above here. So if you go above here, it just like drops. But give that back him stuff. Okay, great. I wanted to add some sort of thing that tells you how many people are in the queue. That would be nice. I need to modify this right here to be actually at the bottom right of this computer screen. So let me just keep doing these quality of life improvements, because they're easy wins, don't take too much energy to do. Yeah, so draw clock. So right now it's just kind of placed somewhere. Excuse me. Comp screen left X. So what we want to do is we want to make comp screen right X. And wherever we're setting left X, we want to set the right X. So that would be comp screen right X. And that's going to be left X plus the screen width. All right, so that's computer screen. So that's going to be computer width. Minus 20. Interesting. Where's the screen width? Do we have a screen width? Is it being used? Oh, that's a computer. That's not the computer screen width. Okay, so we'll just do this. It's computer width minus 20. That will get you your right side of the screen. And then I can use that with the clock here. So then I could do this, right? And then, yeah, it was 850, so we'll just put 850 here so we know. I've never thought about using my own engine. Seemed really hard for me. It was hard for me, and I just never did it. And then recently I just kind of went all in and did it. And it worked. And it worked because let's do minus 200. I actually got a lot of experience in programming. And then it just came to be, you know, a good time to give it a try. So that was 850. And so the other one's 940. So 940 minus 850, that's 90. So there's a 90 difference. So once these two are in sync, I can just move them over. I would recommend just doing the work to get to having your own engine, because what I've noticed, and you know, you can do what you want to do, right? But a lot of games are made in Unity, and they're made in Godot, and the problem is that they kind of just seem the same all the time now. Unity, Unreal, Godot, it's like there's like a ceiling of what you can accomplish. And you're also putting all of the dead weight of the engine on your shoulders, which means that you are going to have an unoptimized game. Let me just do a quick point here, and this is no shame on these people, but because that's not what this is about. So let me just see if I'm going to open up a couple of these. And let's see. Nope. Is this the game? Okay. No, it's the YouTube. Okay, that was too loud. Is this an itch link? Nope. Ah, here we go. Look at this. Look at this loading screen. See how long that takes? Oof. That took a bit. And this is what you get. You get like a demonic squirrel game. And I'm not saying this game is bad. I'll probably play it. Now we're going to go to my game. Okay. We go to itch.io. We click run game. Game's ready. Okay, we'll go to another one. We're waiting for the loading screen of Unity. Will it ever load? Nope. Not enough time for me. itch.io page. Oh, nope, I'm not playing any of these games where you have to download the game because it's just Virus City. Okay, we're loading, and we're loading again. You get what you put in. There's no load time on my game. You just hit start. Here we are. Just takes as long as the graphics renderer takes to load up. Pretty much done. All right. Fuzzy Guppy, what's up? So, here's what's up. I'm going to make this airline game into a full-fledged game, and I'm going to sell it on Steam. That's what's up. I've already increased the window size to a standard resolution, so now I can expand and, shrink it, and it looks pretty good. Got emails, got flight chooser. We already know about that. We get the flights. This guy's flights. GA, so it's 37531, 37531, 37531 right here. Boom, jump into that, and boom, we got our whole flight patterns. Tells me who is on the flight when I click it on the debug console just for myself. We got quite a few things getting added, so I'm working on that. But yeah, I'm gonna get a Steam store page set up soon. We're gonna throw the link up into the chat. I'm gonna have like really basic graphics at the beginning for like the early phase of it, so that people can wishlist it when it gets better. I've always used Unity, and I tried Unreal before, but Unity is like my comfort zone. Yes, it was mine too. What I had noticed with Unity though is it wasn't just the game started taking longer and longer to load. It was that the Unity engine itself would freeze more and more and more when I would do certain things. It was just maddening. Sweet. I'll wishlist when it's ready. Awesome. Thank you for your support. Yeah, if I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do it for real, guys. So I'm streaming just so you guys can like see what's possible, so you can be entertained. But I also need to turn this into something. If I'm going to invest my life force into this, especially, my extracurricular life force like I've been doing. So we'll see. I plan on, adding as much as I can. If people have ideas in the chat, of course I'll consider them, but doesn't mean it'll happen. But yeah, it's a nice thing. I'm going to make the please click the bell use the new font now, because I want to kind of slowly throw the polish on it. So yes, I will. I will be publishing this on Steam. I'm going to set up a page first, and then what's 2:30? Is 2:30 when we need to stop the stream? Report. It might be. I think 2:30 is when we got to stop the stream, but I don't know if it means we're leaving at 2:30. So, kind of need to get a better answer out of. We leave at 2:30? I haven't decided on price. It's anywhere from like $9.99's probably in somewhere above or below $9.99 is what I would charge for it. But you're gonna get a fully featured game, so don't feel bad. And I think that's less than Papers, Please as well. So I'm gonna render to screen, and we're gonna do please click the bell, and then we'll put it up there. And then I think it's 13.3. Is that 13.3? I'm missing a color. It's too red. And of course, when it releases, it's going to actually have a decent amount of graphics as well. So please click the bell. It looked like it said Klitsch. Man, like the K in this font. The K in this font is... It's another sign of the font trying to be fancy and causing itself errors. So let me just fix that. I would charge $9.99 for sure. Well, thanks for your support. We'll see. Please click the bell. Okay, and it was supposed to be red, so it's because I'm using the... There's two versions of it, so let me use the one that allows me to use color. Please click the bell. Great. 400 Ukrainian currency. I don't know if 400 Ukrainian currency is a lot, but, you know, let me just... All right. Great, thank you guys. I do need to get running myself. I need to do a few things before I leave. So thanks everybody. Subscribe and follow, and then next time I'll have a Steam store page link that you can, you know, support me that way, and then when the game comes out you can enjoy it. There'll be a lot here. Scholarship is oh wow. Oh, I see what you're saying. All right, guys, I gotta go. Thanks for thanks for having a good one. All right, I'll catch you later. Bye.